Good afternoon. Today, June 9th. I will do call to order. Mr. Fuentes,
Here.
Mr. Eggert,
Present.
Dr. Chris, Miss Malley,
Here.
and I myself, Laura, am here. Do we have any public comments?
No.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So moved.
Second?
And Dr. Chris just walked in.
Okay.
I'd like to acknowledge us. I have a motion and I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
To adjourn to closed session.
Cool.
Thank you. We will adjourn at 3:31 p.m. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. Before we begin, I would like to welcome the following students who will be leading our flag salute this evening. Kaylee Chavez, Myla Phillips, Nathaniel Ramos, Adrian Lara, and Oscar Garcia. These outstanding music students represent Garza and Harding Elementary Schools. As they join us at the podium, I would like to share a few words from their instrumental music teacher, Mr. Boyle, who has also joined them. These students are true leaders within their schools and music programs. Throughout the year, they have demonstrated exceptional dedication, teamwork, perseverance, positivity, and musicianship. Not only have they excelled academically and earned numerous recognitions for their achievements in the classroom, but they have also maintained a deep passion and love for music. Through their participation in music, these students have developed lifelong friendships and learned valuable lessons that extend far beyond the classroom. This year, they were part of the unique collaboration between the Garza and Harding Advanced Orchestras and Mariachi. Together, they performed in 16 concerts and events, participated in after-school mariachi program every Friday that required transportation between school sites, and dedicated more than 50 additional hours to weekend rehearsals and before-school practices. One of the most significant accomplishments of the year was their performance at Knott's Berry Farm, which I chaperoned. It was so much fun. These students worked extraordinarily hard to prepare and perform a 30-minute concert program, a task that is challenging not only for elementary ensembles, but often a middle school programs as well. Learning, rehearsing, and presenting a performance of that length requires months of dedication, endurance, focus, and collaboration. Their successful performance at Knott's Berry Farm was a major milestone and a testament to their tremendous growth they achieved as musicians throughout the year. Their commitment and hard work led to some of the highest accomplishments within their music programs, which allowed for over a dozen of opportunities this year that may be once in a lifetime for many. Each successfully auditioned for and earned a place in the Bakersfield City School District Elementary's Honor Orchestra, an achievement that reflects their talent, dedication, and commitment to musical excellence. Adrian Lara and Oscar Garcia are trombone players who will continue their musical journeys next year at Sierra Middle School. Nathaniel Ramos, a fluitist, will continue his studies at Compton Junior High School. Kaylee Chavez, a cellist, and Myla Phillips, a clarinetist, have one more year at Harding Elementary, where they will continue striving for excellence and contributing to the culture of music that inspires so many young students at the elementary level. Please join me in recognizing and congratulating these students for their achievements and for representing their schools, family, and music programs with pride and distinction. May I ask that Mr. Boyle please join his students at the podium? Thank you.
If you could please rise.
Salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can you please join us for a picture? We're so happy. I would like to invite the parents, los padres, si pueden pasar para enfrente, por favor. We're going to Las Vegas on this yet? Where we doing it?
Was it a mariachi festival or was it a?
Or not? They just performed out there.
Oh, that's cool.
Pase para acá. Si quiere pararse junto a su estudiante. That was yours. No, it was just like district chaplain.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Went out there. Oh, wait, I have one too many chairs.
It's a dance.
Sorry, I don't like the low rider chair. Okay, moving on to number 3, report of closed session action. During the recently concluded closed session, no action was taken on the Director of State and Federal Programs. Also, during the recently concluded closed session, the board took action to appoint Ms. A.B. Burdick as principal of Curran Middle School effective July 1st, 2026. The vote was 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Congratulations to Ms. Burdick. During the recently concluded closed session, the board took action to appoint Mr. Mike Havens as Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources effective July 1st, 2026. The vote was unanimous. Congratulations to Mr. Havens. During its recently concluded closed session, the board took action to reject only the timely claims that fall within 6 months of May 11, 2026 on the matter of A.R. versus BCSD, and the vote was unanimous. And more? No. Okay, moving on to recognition of administrative appointments, and Ms. Orozco will take the floor.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and guests. Today is my great pleasure to introduce our next principal at Fort, Mrs. Ana Torres. If you please come in. If you want to introduce whoever's here with you and just say a few words.
Good evening. So I'm honored and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be the next principal at Fort Elementary. And I just want to say thank you to the Board of Education, our district leadership, all of our parents, our staff, our community, my family, and my close friends for always being here for me. And just thank you for the opportunity to work together. And I look forward to doing great things at Fort Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. You usually take pictures. Okay. Can we have it? Can you please join us for a picture?
And she brought the flowers.
Yes.
Amazing.
Moving on to public comments. Do we have any public comments? You do. Thank you. To our visitors, members of the public may request that items be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The items must be directly related to school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion so that the board may be advised of the views of the community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the forms provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. During special meetings, public comment is limited to items on the agenda. A nuestros visitantes, los miembros del público pueden solicitar que se incluyan temas en la agenda de cualquier reunión ordinaria de la Junta de Educación. Los temas deben estar directamente relacionados con los asuntos del distrito escolar. Los temas colocados en la agenda por el público serán para información y discusión para la Junta de Educación pueda conocer las opiniones de la comunidad. Las personas pueden dirigirse a la Junta de Educación completando los formularios proporcionados en la puerta y entregarlos al asistente administrativa antes del inicio de la reunión. Para llevar a cabo una reunión eficiente, la Junta de Educación no puede responder preguntas ni comentarios a los asistentes. Durante las reuniones especiales, los comentarios del público se limitan a los temas de la agenda. And we have Ms. Kathy Kozlowski.
Good evening, Dr. Aguilera Fort, board members, administrators, and guests. My name is Kathy Kozlowski, and I am a second grade teacher at Franklin Elementary. I'm here to talk about clarity and consistency in lockdowns and other emergencies. 2 weeks ago at the May board meeting, a teacher from Williams talked about a lockdown at her school that ended with the announcement that it was all clear over the loudspeaker. She felt that in the past we had been told that they would come individually to our classrooms. Little did I know that I would be in a lockdown myself 1 week later. On Tuesday, June 2nd, I was working in my classroom packing things away when at 1 p.m. our secretary got on the loudspeaker and said we were on a lockdown. No reason was given. Because I didn't have any air conditioning in my room, I had both doors open. I closed both doors, pulled the curtains, and turned out the lights, as per given in the rules. I texted a friend to ask her if she knew anything. She said no. 5 minutes later, she texted me back with some of the news of the hostage situation that was being discussed on the police scanner. I waited in silence, and then my AP came to my door with some of the news that had been released. I waited until 3 p.m., which is when we were told we could leave, and he physically walked me to my car. No students were on campus at the time. However, we had a lot of workmen on campus because our school is undergoing reconstruction. And as far as I know, they weren't told what to do. I would like BCSD to institute a comprehensive plan for all people present on sites when an emergency is called, not just students and staff, but everyone who's present on a site. We had a lot of other people on campus who weren't BCSD students and staff. I feel that everybody who's on site should know what they're supposed to do when an emergency is called. Turned out I was not in immediate danger, but I didn't know that at the time. Praise God, the hostages were released, but who knows what could have happened, because the workmen, they didn't know what to do when they just heard we're on lockdown. So if we, I would like it if BCSD can institute rules for everybody on a site. If they show up, that they have to be given the rules for what they should do if there's an emergency like a lockdown. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we have Stephanie Almaraz.
Hello, good evening. So I'm a parent. My two children attend Eisler Elementary. My name's Stephanie. One of them is in second grade and one of them is in fifth grade. I'm here to express my ongoing concerns regarding my student safety, retaliation concerns, communication failures, and the conduct of the school administration. Over the past 2 years, I have repeatedly raised concerns involving my children's safety and well being. Instead of feeling supported as a parent advocate, I've often felt dismissed, minimized, and at times to feel as though I'm speaking on behalf of my children has created tension towards my family. Most concerning to me is that my daughter has expressed fear about me coming here tonight to speak. Speaking publicly or raising concerns because she believes she experiences retaliation from administration at Eisler after. She has told me she feels uncomfortable going to an office due to the looks and treatment she receives from the office staff and administration. No child should ever feel this way. To feel anxious, intimidated, and unwelcomed at a school because their parent advocates for them. Last school year, my son informed me that he was repeatedly being placed outside of the classroom alone with the door shut. Prior to this, I had never been informed by his teacher or administration of any disciplinary concerns. My son is always receiving vice principal's list awards and takes his education very seriously, even though he is a very young age. When I brought this issue to the vice principal, Ms. Valoria, I was told my 7-year-old needed to provide the exact day, time, and hours of footage to be reviewed by her. I was later informed the camera was not functioning properly and visibility was blocked. However, after contacting the previous superintendent, I received a call from the principal acknowledging that my son, in fact, had been left outside unattended multiple times. This was and continues to be an extremely safety concern of mine. I also specifically requested to be contacted anytime my son suffered an injury involving his head, face, or any sensitive areas. Despite this request, my son later came home with a bursted eye vessel, and no call was made to me or anyone listed on his emergency contact form. When I contacted the school the following day, the seriousness of the incident was minimized. This school year, I continue receiving calls regarding my son being injured at school, which understandably
Ms.
increased.
Almaraz, can you please bring your comments to a closure? Your time is up.
That's it, thank you.
Excuse me, I'd like to give her the opportunity to finish what she had to say. Would like to hear. I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
to give her the opportunity to extend her time by 1 minute.
I will second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. When I voiced these concerns, I once again felt dismissed and was even told that perhaps I should look for another school or start homeschooling. From the principal and the administration here I spoke with at the Bakersfield City Superintendent's office. I understand no school or administration is perfect. However, when working with children, professionalism, accountability, communication, and safety, student safety must always come first. Parents should never feel afraid to advocate for their children and raise concerns for uncomfortable situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Miss Sharnisha Parker.
Good evening. When I stood before you on May 26, I spoke about repeated communication failures and student safety concerns at Eisler Elementary. Today I'm here because another communication failure has occurred, further demonstrating that these are not isolated mistakes. They are part of a continuing pattern of poor communication, leadership failures that have repeatedly placed my child at unnecessary risk. Last school year, my child was released early from the after-school program without proper notification to me. I only learned what had happened because my child called me after already being released. That incident should never have occurred. Later, my child suffered a foot injury and attended school wearing a walking boot. I contacted the school requesting that my child be excused from physical activity because of the injury. Instead, I was met with what felt like a scripted response. The secretary, vice principal, Valoria, and my child's teacher all gave me the exact same response regarding the need for a doctor's note. I obtained the doctor's note and immediately provided it to the school. The note explicitly stated that my child was to participate in no physical activity that could cause further complications. Despite those clear medical instructions, Richard Valdez, activity leader for the after-school program, still had my child walk the track. My child came home in extreme foot pain. Medical instructions intended to protect my child were disregarded. Then, just days after my last appearance before this board, another communication failure occurred. An inaccurate sign was posted outside Eisler Elementary on May 28th stating late start, gates open at 10 a.m. Believing the information displayed by the school to be correct, my child turned around and walked back home. I had no knowledge my child had returned home until I received a phone call from the school stating my child had been marked absent. I immediately called home and learned my child had relied on information posted by the school that was not accurate. This was not simply a sign, it was inaccurate communication from the school that caused my child to leave campus and return home. Had something happened on the way home, this entire situation would have been preventable. Behind you are the words where the child comes first. From where I stand, those words are more than a slogan. They are a promise to every family that student safety and well-being will come before convenience, excuses, or poor communication. The continued pattern I have brought before this board has repeatedly placed my child at unnecessary risk and eroded my trust in the leadership at Eisler Elementary responsible for my child's safety. No parent should ever have to wonder whether their child has been released without notification, whether documented medical restrictions will be followed, or whether information posted about the school can be trusted. I respectfully ask this board to hold the leadership at Eisler Elementary accountable so that no other family experiences the preventable communication failures mine has endured. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Up next, we have Esperanza Lasalde.
Good evening. My name is Esperanza Lasalde, and I am here to discuss our suffering that we had to endure while we were at Eisler as well. My daughter was in kindergarten last year. It was about January, and my husband went to pick her up from school, and they would not release her. Initially, he didn't have his ID. That was the initial issue, but when he went back home, got his ID, it was still an issue with the principal who inserted herself into that situation where I think generally most of the time we don't deal with the principal, we deal with the front office staff. So for whatever reason, she felt the need to insert herself in that situation, and it was very bad. I was at home getting ready to go take my daughter to the dentist, so I asked him to pick her up, didn't think anything of it. Called, they said, we'll have your child up here, no worries. Didn't happen. He's there, comes back irritated, upset, and causes conflict between me and him. We did file, we had a meeting with her the next day where we got nowhere. She was very rude, dismissive, didn't want to discuss any of the issues that we were having or any of our concerns. She dismissed us, said that he was not allowed there anymore, and told him some weird reason why she was upset was because he had his glasses on in her office. Just very weird, unprofessional behavior. So when we left, we came here, spoke with the board here, or I think it was Dr. Fullenwinder. They did an investigation, and they just told us, we'll transfer you guys. So now we're at Thorner. My daughter still has trauma from this situation because she doesn't understand why she couldn't continue there at Eisler. We did speak with her teacher, which, did put into perspective that we were right with the way that we handled the situation, and she showed some concern as well as regard to the principal. So we just want to have this, looked into, because this is an issue. We had wrote a letter to the superintendent as well, which was Lukey at the time, and that was also dismissed, and we were told that we were in the wrong. So at this point, we're just frustrated and really upset about the situation because there was nothing that we really did that, you know, had to have my daughter move to a different school. And it does cause trauma for her because she doesn't understand. And that was her first year in kindergarten. And that's the type of, you know, interactions that we had with this principal. And I think she needs to be either reprimanded or spoke to. And it's obvious that it's not just our family that's dealing with this stuff. And it's very irritating and frustrating that none of us are being heard. She's, you know.
Ms. LaSalde, can you please bring your comments to a
Yes,
closure?
that I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Manuel Ramirez.
Just for clarification, this is a section for the renaming of Chavez School, right?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, Dr. Aguilera Fort, members of the board. I'm here this evening advocating for the preservation of farm worker and Chicano history and our legacy in the renaming of Cesar E. Chavez Elementary School. In your survey release, you stated you wanted geographic names that reflect the natural features, agricultural heritage, and community identity. But your list of names released recently erases two of those categories right from the jump. This school was named after someone who up until recently was a respected member, not only of this community, but nationally and beyond for his work in organizing farm workers and sparking one of the greatest civil rights movements in the southwestern United States. It is unfortunate that Chavez is only the second school in the entire BCSD that is named after a Latino in a district that reported an 80.2% enrollment in 2021. I hope that your list is a living list and not final, and you are still open to suggestions. As we publicly condemn the actions of Cesar Chavez, which I believe this renaming process does, I also believe we should be preserving his mark on history and the people behind the scenes that made it a reality. These hardworking individuals deserve to have their memories, their blood, sweat, and tears preserved for generations to come. Folks like Juan de la Cruz or Rufino Contreras, martyrs in the farm workers movement for justice, or Helen Chavez, a dynamic woman who led from behind but was part of the backbone of our struggle for civil rights, acceptance, and identity, and who also helped run the first credit union for farm workers. Not only would this name be financially responsible compared to a change to an entirely new name, it would only be the fourth school named in honor of a woman. In the 63 years since the farm worker and Chicano rights movement first started here in Kern County, we are still fighting for a place at a table that once belonged to us, while having to accept the celebration of schools like Jefferson and Washington named after slave owners. Please do the right thing by preserving our history and honoring the folks that created a path for us all.
Thank you. And I just want to say that I want to ask for the board to do their request in a respectful manner in the future for extra time. Thank you. Moving on to number 6, it is recommended that the minutes of the regular meeting on Tuesday, May 26th, 2026 be approved. Do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And any discussion on
Yeah, I was
this?
just gonna say thank you to the staff for adding my addendum. I really
Yes.
appreciate it.
Of course. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Moving on to D, reports of district organizations, the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Dinah Mae Jimenez.
Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board, staff, and community. I'm a bit frazzled. I had a little bit of an issue earlier. I took my uncle to, he's elderly. I took him to his dental appointment and then dropping him off at home, stopped at Jack in the Box to get him something to eat, got a flat tire, and called the tow truck, and my good friend and coworker came to pick me up and says, "Can we make it?" She's like, "Sure." So here I am. So anyway, just thought I'd share that with you. So if I look a little frazzled, that's why. So I have the vehicles at home. I'll take care of it tomorrow. So I'm here tonight to bring you a few critical items to your attention regarding policy, staffing, and community representation within the Bakersfield City School District. First, regarding the disciplinary policy currently being proposed by the district, while I recognize that this proposal stems from a recent investigation, I am deeply concerned by it. I do not agree with the policy in its totality. It is my sincere hope that we can continue to engage in meaningful labor management meetings, discussions, so that we can resolve issues at their lowest level, rather than filing grievances and following rigid rules. Second, regarding the bilingual stipend, Bakersfield is a beautiful melting pot of cultures with growing Arabic, Punjabi, and diverse multilingual communities. I strongly urge the district to utilize our talented internal employees to help with interpreting instead of contracting these services out to third-party vendors. Let's keep this critical work and the compensation for it in-house with the staff who already know our families. Third, we are currently looking at the fourth time we have had to contract with a third-party vendor for aid to services. While this temporary help is undoubtedly beneficial to our current staff and students, it is a Band-Aid on a larger issue. We must figure out how to successfully recruit and retain our own permanent staff. To address this, I would like to request that specific language be added to the current Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, requiring that we meet with special education department heads on a quarterly basis to review active status of recruitment efforts, hiring data for new aides, and ongoing training initiatives. Additionally, why not go directly to the source? We should develop and email a survey to our current A2 staff to ask for their direct input. Let's ask them what they want to see changed or enhanced at BCSD, what ideas they have for recruitment, and what challenges they face daily. Furthermore, we need to address communication gaps. Our aides are hands-on. They're not sitting at a computer looking at emails all day. Many need to renew their PROACT certification every 3 years and CPR every 2 years. How are they being notified of these trainings? I propose we utilize physical postings in classrooms or break rooms. Have teachers communicate deadlines directly to them, or utilize early out and late start days to hold brief informational meetings. The possibilities are there. Let's work together to figure this out. Fourth, I want to state clearly that I am against the renaming of Cesar E. Chavez School. However, if a change must be made, I offer 2 constructive suggestions. Option 1, simply remove the first name so it becomes universally Chavez Elementary School. Option 2, rename it Movimiento Elementary School, meaning movement, to beautifully commemorate the rich history of the farm workers and migrant families who came to work the fields of Kern County and built this community. Finally, we recognize the district's need to control costs. The continued evolution of the Nutrition Services Department must move forward not backward. Cost-saving measures should never come at the expense of employee safety. The health, safety, and well-being of staff must remain a top priority when evaluating operational changes and departmental decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dinah May. Up next would be Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association, Mr. Steve Comstock. Unfortunately, he can't be here today, but he did send me an email at approximately 3:03 p.m. And he said, I wanted to let you know that I am still in Los Angeles attending a meeting for CACs regarding Beta's participation in the We Can't Wait movement. I had planned to be home by this morning, but the meeting is scheduled to continue until 4:30 p.m. Because of that, I will not be able to provide a Beta report in person. My report would have mainly included the following. Beta is preparing for the August 5th new teacher orientation. This is always an important opportunity for us to meet and welcome the newest certificated hires to BCSD. We look forward to the event each year, while also continuing to hope BCSD can improve retention of existing staff and reduce the need for non-reelections. We also want to congratulate those being promoted or hired into the Assistant Superintendent of HR and principal positions. Finally, it remains Beta's hope that BCSD will carefully consider its bargaining positions, the discussions both sides have had, and work towards finding common ground so we can reach a fair settlement. Take care. Stephen S. Comstock. I was calling Mr. Comstock. I'm just reading how he sent it over. And up next, we have Laborers International Union of North America, LIUNA, Mr. Bob Hoyt, and he is not present. And we will now move on to board member comments. And this evening, we will start with Mr. Eggert.
Thank you very much. Everybody has a good evening. Just a couple of things. When the parents come or when people come and make public comments, yes, they are limited. But I will never, if a parent has a concern, they came to express their concern and we need to hear them out. And I might have not been the proper terminology to allow that parent from ICER to finish the few seconds that they had. But out of respect to that parent, to respect to our public, that is why we're here. And I will never shut the public down from listening to their concern. We had that try to happen last year, and you saw what happened. A couple of things. I appreciate those parents from ICER showing up because, you know, you're your advocate for your children. You're their voice. And if there's concerns out there, you know, that we can address, you know, how we find out is through your advocacy for your children, which is very important to us. Couple of things. I was able to attend, I think 4 of the graduations that took place the last couple of weeks. I was very impressed by the organization. I was impressed by the students and their commitment. I appreciate the principals and their staff for well-organized events at each one I attended. I also commend the duplicating department for producing our school's yearbooks. I know that in the past our yearbooks have become very expensive going through a private company. So that did not allow all children to make it affordable. And now that we duplicate it within our walls here, that makes it very affordable for every student. And I really appreciate our district allowing that. And as I said, I've seen about 3 or 4 of them, and I've been very impressed by the students' input to it. But even more impressed was the duplicating, and I might be calling it by the wrong name, the duplicating department for their hard work in getting those to our students. I so greatly appreciate it. Also, last week, myself and Dr. Cruz Boone, we attended the Youth Cinema Project, Youth Film Project in Los Angeles. It was a program that was new to our district, and it enabled students at a couple of our junior highs, both Stern and Emerson, to produce, film the whole production. They did some PSAs and short films, and then they got to go down to Hollywood at Grumman's Chinese Theater to see that on the big screen. And just sitting there with those students, watching them, you know, because most of them had seen it on the TV, you're on a smart board, but for them to see that in a big screen, to experience that, it was very rewarding. And I'm so glad that we brought that program forward to them. And I appreciate, you know, our legal counsel, Bonnie Garcia, for bringing that to our district, because just the children loved it, you know, and just you think about how many of those children have never been over the grapevine or never been in that type of environment. You know, I know where they got to go upstairs outside where the little area is and saw the Hollywood sign, and how impressed those kids were, you know, those that they've always seen on TV, but here they were, it was right there in front of them. So it was very impressed, the whole program. And I'm looking forward to be expanding to a couple of more of our schools, because I know that it just, and hearing the stories from people that have been in the program at other districts throughout the state that are now in the film industry, because this is how they started, and getting that exposure and understanding, and the mentors that put on that program, it was just very meaningful, and I know the children enjoyed it also. Thank you.
Up next is myself. I will make my comments very brief. I do not oppose to our public speakers to go beyond the time, but there is a process. That's why I do read the disclosure on the public comments. And it does take the entire board to expand the amount of time. Moving on to my other stuff that I wanted to share with you guys. We have a lot going on at our schools. It's only the second day of summer school, and I've seen a couple things that can be alarming, like parents parking in the crosswalk areas at our schools. That puts not just our students in danger, but also our families. So I would just ask that to be respectful of the law is the law. You know, don't park in areas where you should not be parking. And summer camp, there's a couple of things going on. I know we have kids that will be going fishing. There's a fishing going on for Fletcher, Horseman, and Nichols. For 10 to 20 students. They will be transported to a fishing area. And then there's also the youth cinema project. That's for elementary schools. And then for the middle schools, we have the youth cinema project, which is a little bit what Mr. Egger was sharing. I was able to go on that trip as well that Friday, and our students got to meet Edward James Olmos. For those of you who don't know who it is, it's Selena's dad in the movie Selena. So the kids were so stoked to be with somebody famous. I am thankful for the board in supporting this for our students. As he stated, a lot of our students do not get to leave Bakersfield, do not get to leave Kern County. And this was such a beautiful experience. And for me to be able to share some of these pictures, because I know a lot of these families, to share these pictures with their families, it was just breathtaking. Another thing I want to share is that I attended the PD, the professional development for our campus supervisors and our CPALs. There's a couple things that I saw that I had questions on, and I did address my concerns and questions and comments with Dr. Carlene. But overall, the whole presentation is well, and I hope that those CPALs and those campus supervisors that did not get to attend this professional development for whatever reason, they can get the opportunity to go through this as well, through this entire professional development, because you can't explain this in 5 minutes, you know. Another thing I wanted to share was we have a second session of summer camp coming on, right? And is there still room for registration for enrollment, Ms. Orozco? Okay,
They go in and sign in, yes.
okay, just wanted to make sure.
Well, I'll say with some schools, and I don't know exactly, we have a running number of those that are, there's some grades that are completely
At capacity?
full, yes. But so I'd have to go back and check.
Okay, I was thinking maybe we can share that information out through our communications department, through Parent Square, just to put it out there, because I know there was other parents that wanted to sign in, and some of them are not tech savvy, so maybe if we can have them come and do it in paper, or meet somebody here at the district, or, because I know when they go to the school site, they just get redirected out here, so maybe if we can put, the direct contact for registration out on Parent Square, that would be great. And also Piles Boys Camp, there's 3 different camping sessions. I know they've been at our board meetings before presenting, and I don't recall if it was Ms. Malley or Dr. Chris that had done a little bit more research on it, but this is a great opportunity for those kids that don't get to leave Kern County, or get to go camping at all. So I'm just throwing it out there. And that will conclude my comments. Thank you. Moving on to Mr. Fuentes.
Just wanted to shout out the principals, teachers, and all the support staff who helped out with graduations that occurred a couple of weeks ago. Got to attend a few of those, and really remarkable how well put together the ones that I attended were. So shout out to those people, and congratulations to those kids who are going on to Kern High School District. Other than that, that's it. Stay hydrated, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Up next, we have Dr. Chris.
Words matter. The stories of our families and the stories of our ancestors matter. And the place that we live is very important. And I am a first-generation college graduate. No one in my family went away to college. And one of the strange things that happened when I went away to college was I realized how important this place is. And I know that when you live here, we become numb to that and we try to escape that. But we are a deeply, historically important place. I want to thank the parents in the community that reached out over email, over phone call, that had meetings with me the last 2 weeks and told me their stories. I want to thank the families that came out tonight. There are 44 schools and there are only 5 of us. We can't be everywhere all of the time. So we don't know what you're experiencing until you tell us. And so thank you for sharing that truth, because we can't do anything if we don't know anything. When I came back to Bakersfield and I began working, I actually was accepted into a fellowship with the National Endowment of the Humanities, and we studied this place where we live. And it was the first time I read Marshall Gans, who's a Harvard professor, and his entire business philosophy is based off the idea that if you want to be successful in life, you should do what they do in Bakersfield during the UFW movement. And I feel like that can't be overstated enough, that the top colleges, not just in the country, but in the world, study this place to learn how to make social change. Words matter, and this place absolutely matters. And I'm constantly learning more and more from you, from the people in this district, from the families in this district, from the students in this district, how much more I need to learn. I learned a lot about that at that Latino Film Festival and our youth cinema project. Our students made many different kinds of films that were showed on the big screen, but I will say they also made public service announcements. One of them was about how we have to keep families together and ICE out of our schools. And no one gives these kids these subjects. They choose what they want to create a film about. And they write the script, and they come up with a plan. And they're the actors, and they're the cinematographers, and they're the editors. And I will tell you that I was fully reduced to sobbing watching the 90-second clip they made, that 12-year-old children made about our community, because they had something important to say, and the Youth Cinema Project empowered them to be able to say it. I know things are deeply politicized, but I just want to remind us that I'm so honored not just to be part of this district, but to be part of this place. And I hope we all share that same pride as we continue our conversation tonight. Speaking of pride, happy Pride Month, everyone. Listen, I'm punny. If you haven't met me, I'm always this way. The last thing is, if you've never come to a board meeting before, every month I talk about the books I'm reading. It's only been 2 weeks since my last board meeting, so I haven't read a banned book yet this month, but I did just finish Dungeon Crawler Carl, which 10 out of 10 I would recommend as a summer read. Please make sure you're taking your kids to the local library. We have plenty of things available for them to read, and it makes us better as a community, because words are powerful, especially when we know how to use them.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. Up next, we have Ms. Malley.
You're difficult to follow, Dr. Cruzman. That was great. I did want to congratulate all the appointments to the school and the district. I think the board overall, we're very excited. Our future is bright. There's a lot of appointments happening right now, and there's a lot of wonderful people that are moving from school to school, or maybe a different position to another position, and we're pretty excited about all the choices. I did want to thank the board president for bringing in Dennis Boyle with the flag salute, because he's just so enthusiastic about his job, and I love receiving emails from him and invitations. And it was great to have those musicians there leading the flag salute, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
I did want to thank everyone who provided public input, especially on the renaming of the school. I have received a lot of emails. I received phone calls. We had a couple people here, including our CSEA president, make comments on that. So thank you for all the communication. I mean, there's a lot of choices. I realize that. But the more we hear from you, the more informed decision we can make. So thank you for being part of that process. I was able to attend graduation at Lincoln, Current, and downtown this year, but when Mr. Fuentes said that he attended graduation, I think he attended 3 in 1 day. That's impressive. Really? I don't know how we was so many places in once, but we want to see all the incoming 8th graders next year at graduation. But it was great to see the families, always a positive experience. So I had a wonderful time there. The last thing I want to touch on is summer camp. Summer camp started yesterday, and of course my son was sick the first day, but I made him go anyway because I really didn't want him to get dropped. We had to pick him up about 2.5 hours later, and I was really worried because he was still recovering today, so I didn't know if he was going to be dropped. So I just wanted to emphasize, like, communicate with the school, because I know there are a certain amount of days. Is it 2? 1. There's only 1 day.
But I mean,
okay, so
we always call them to come back.
Okay, so yeah, if you could just communicate with the school, hopefully they will be taking my son tomorrow.
Yeah,
if not,
we always accept them.
Okay, so yeah, just let them know what's going on. They seem like they're having a great time in the art class, at least on the first day. I know they're doing coding. I know they're doing science. So for me, I feel like a lot of our opportunities to provide more education comes in after school and in the summer. So I'm just excited for him to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malley. Up next, we have Dr. Carlene Aguilera Forth with his report.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening. Buenas noches, everyone. I'm not going to speak. I'm going to show some images that will speak and will represent some of the pieces that the board just shared this evening. And I think that will show how proud we are of our students and of everyone, regardless the diversity of thinking, the diversity of being, regardless who they are and where they are coming from. Everyone should be proud of their identity, regardless. No one has the right to question other one's identity. Please.
By the way, it was 2 days.
Oh, it was 2 days, okay. Oh, there they are.
It makes me feel like happy and surprised because I would never think like they would choose me. I would say the main thing I got out of was like new friends because there was a lot of people here and I was able to talk to them, interact with them. And also that we were able to eat good food. I usually don't get picked for these things. I don't know. Sometimes it's like, oh, like, they don't care, they don't care. But I feel like when all of us here, like, our voices can impact our schools to be better, like what it is now.
These programs are important because it's getting feedback from the kids inside of the schools. And it could be important, and the feedback that we get from the kids could be used in the future.
I think that's very important because sometimes superintendents of certain districts or teachers look past the students and how they feel, and that was just not beneficial. So I think it's very nice that he's doing this.
That's it. That's the voice and the talent of our students.
Number 3, it is recommended that the revised to the resolution be approved. And this is the resolution establishing the Multilingual Education Committee.
This is Chris, so moved.
Second.
Second, okay. Any discussion?
Madam President, this is being revised because of the new dual immersion school, yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's see. I'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Nally?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. The board will now take a 5-minute recess. the Assistant Superintendent's report, which is Ms. Orozco.
Good evening, President Salgado, and I have a few items under my division. The first one is Administrative Hearing Panel for approval, and also the status review of our readmission committee, our students, sorry. And also our public hearing of our budget for our LCAP, and for where it says the overview for parents, it's the pages 1 through 3 in your LCAP plan. And this is a draft, and it's the public hearing that's starting on Friday. It's 72 hours before. And so this is, again, the public hearing for us to review the LCAP.
Okay, great, thank you. Number 2, it is recommended that the Administrative Hearing Panel's recommendations be approved. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Okay, any discussion?
I am so excited to have 8 kids returning back into our district. It's one of the coolest things I've voted on in this item probably in a year. So thank you to everyone who is part of bringing those kids back and helping them heal. We appreciate you.
Mrs. Burdick.
Amy Burdick, woo woo. Thank you. I will do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley? Yes. And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Number 3, it is recommended that the Administrative Hearing Panel's recommendations be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Okay. Moving on to the public hearing on LCFF budget overview for parents and local control and accountability plan 2024-2027 LCAP and budget for 2026-2027. I will now open the public hearing at 7:05 p.m. Nobody? Going once, twice, 3? Okay, I will now close it at 7:06 p.m. Thank you, Ms. Orozco.
I'm gonna have one more, which is our SELPA plan and special education.
Thank you. It is now the public hearing for the adoption of the annual budget and annual service plan for the district's special education local plan area program and services for the 2026-2027 school year. And the hearing opens at 7:06 p.m. Anyone? Going once, twice, 3, and we close it at 7:06 p.m. Moving on to Assistant Superintendent's report, Ms. Gladden.
All right, good evening. A little bit taller than Kathy. Tonight, I'm pleased to present the district's proposed 2026-27 budget in advance of tonight's scheduled public hearing on our proposed public budget. Tonight's proposed budget is based on the governor's May revision and reflects our most current enrollment and attendance projections and aligns resources with the priorities identified in the draft LCAP, which we just held a public hearing on. The budget assumes the governor's proposed funding increases, including the 2.87 COLA and the 1.44% augmentation, as well as the special education funding rate increase. It includes an earmark for the district's current bargaining proposal to Beta, and also includes key investments such as the math curriculum adoption, Chromebook refreshment, and ongoing obligations, including our step and column increases, pension liabilities, multi-year contracts, and ongoing costs such as insurance and supplies. Enrollment is the foundation of the budget development for 2 reasons. It determines the needed staffing levels for the budget, and student attendance generates our primary source of funding. Since peaking in 2019-20, district enrollment has declined by approximately 4,100 students, or just over 13%. and that decline continues to impact our revenue projections. While BCSD continues to benefit from the state's 3-year ADA averaging provision, the amount of attendance funded above the students we actually serve continues to decrease each year as lower enrollment levels work their way through the calculation. So on this chart, the green line represents the district's actual attendance, actual students served, whereas the red line indicates the number of students that we're actually receiving funding for. And that's a mechanism of the provision that was added post-pandemic, one of the provisions that was added as ADA relief measures for districts, which allows the school district, if it is to their advantage, to utilize the average of the 3 prior years to determine their funded ADA for the LCFF entitlement. So for example, for the 26-27 budget year, the district's funded ADA will be based on 2023-24, 24-25, and 25-26. And each year as we move forward, that yellow window, 3-year window, slides forward. So the higher enrollment and attendance column will drop off, and you'll pick up a shorter or a reduced year in the 3-year window. So progressively it keeps shrinking for the advantage of that 3-year average provision. Funded ADA is projected to decline by approximately 175 students next year. Even with the proposed 2.87 COLA and 1.44% augmentation, declining ADA reduces the overall benefit, resulting in a net LCFF revenue increase of approximately 3.3%. So in other words, the declining enrollment shrinks the benefit of the COLA when you compare the year-over-year funding. However, we are extremely happy to see that we're projecting our LCFF entitlement would grow year-over-year by 14 million. That's more than double the growth that we had this year. And it certainly beats last year when we rolled back in funding. So that is a positive budget assumption, assuming what's in the May revision is adopted. About 71% of LCFF funding is considered base funding, which can be used for any operational purpose, while 29% of our LCFF funding is generated through supplemental and concentration grants. With more than 92% of our students qualifying as unduplicated pupils, these funds play a significant role in supporting services for our highest need students through actions within our LCAP. Looking at student populations and their impact on our expenses, as well as it could be on revenue, which in the May revise, the governor is proposing an increase in the state special education funding, which is over $420. Yeah, monumental and much needed because while additional state funding is helpful, special education continues to be one of the district's largest fiscal pressures due to increasing student needs, staffing challenges, and the cost of specialized services. And really, as this chart demonstrates, as our overall student population declines and the number of students with disabilities increases, as a percentage of our total student population that we're servicing, the students with disabilities climbs as the orange trend line reflects in the total percent of our student population. And we know that the classrooms that we open and the supplies and the services are above and beyond the amount that we are receiving state and federal funding for. The bottom of this slide indicates the additional general fund contribution in each of the fiscal years reflected. And I'd like to point out the increase in the proposed special ed base funding rate would result in a reduction to the district's contribution of just over $10 million. And so that would be a significant impact to our program, although you will see that the district would still be contributing a pretty significant amount at $38 million towards servicing all of our students. The proposed budget includes approximately $33 million in expenditure reductions, funding realignments, and one-time budget being removed for projects that were completed. These offset ongoing fiscal pressures and also help the district budget for the 2025-26 negotiated increase to CSEA and offer to Beta while preserving services to students. So these funding alignment and cost containment measures are not broad program reductions. They are the other solutions that we have brought to the board throughout the course of the year and in our discussions regarding our negotiations with our labor partners. The proposed budget includes $672.8 million in revenues and $709.7 million in expenditures. The resulting decrease in fund balance is largely attributable to the planned use of one-time restricted resources carried forward from prior years. I always think it's helpful to visualize both our revenue and what the sources are. We know that the majority of our funding is provided by the state, and so we're at the will of the volatility of California's budget and funding. And we also know that the majority of our expenditures are related to our staffing. We're a position-heavy and staff-heavy program because education is teaching, and that's done in person. And so just on the bottom of the slide, the visual representations for the proposed budget and what the consistency is of our revenues and our expenditures. Speaking of one time, approximately 14.5% of general fund expenditures are supported by one-time restricted funding. This percentage continues to decline as pandemic-era funding and carryover balances it created are gradually spent down. So, for instance, 4 years ago, when I gave this presentation to the board in advance of the public hearing, we had 24% of our general fund budget supported through one-time dollars. And so you'll see that we're starting to normalize as we're weaning off of those dollars and the carryover that resulted from that. But also what that means is that the one-time programs and additional services that we're able to support from these one-time dollars will phase out as well. I do want to point out what is not included, which will be a one-time funding source, but if, as proposed in the May revision, the additional state funding or payment towards the student services and professional development discretionary block grant does occur, which all indications seem to indicate that it will. It's just how the funding will be allocated that's under discussion at the state level. The district anticipates that we could receive as much as $24 million. It is not included in our proposed budget because we have no proposed expenditures for it. And the timeline on those dollars would extend through 2030. So as we're utilizing these restricted dollars from the programs shown on this slide, we would incorporate the student services and professional development block grant in a purposeful way as that's planned out in, could be the current year, it could be a future budget period, because we'll have through 2029-30 to spend those. The multi-year projections reflect the continued spending of one-time balances and ongoing fiscal pressures, resulting in projected decreases in fund balance over the 3-year projection period. Focusing in on the bottom blue row, reflecting the change in the general fund balance, we're going to walk through on the following slides, breaking that out. So this is the multi-year projection of the combined general fund, so unrestricted and restricted. But if we narrow in a little bit further, darn, I thought I had this slide set up to roll in the the ending balance later, so just we'll walk through it. Sorry, it's a lot of numbers in one place, but not as bad as the last slide. So despite planned reductions in reserves, the district remains above the state required 3% minimum reserve. So start with the positive. On this slide, we're breaking down the change in the fund balance from the previous slide because those were really big numbers. You see really big deficit numbers, but this helps to drill down on the understanding of that. So if we just look at the budget year, which is 2026-27, we split that out into unrestricted and restricted. And this really helps us zoom in on the use of those one-time dollars. So the district receives categorical funds in two different manners. One of the funding mechanisms is that the categorical dollars are advanced to the district. And we have whatever the grant timeline is to spend those down, which often they're multi-year award time periods. So we get the payment up front. It sits in, if you will, the savings account, the reserve, until we pull that out over the years of the spending timeline to apply it. And so that's where you'll see the deficit spending in 26-27 of 30 million on the restricted side of the budget as we draw down from those categorical dollars that we received in advancement, and we apply them towards services and materials and professional development as the dollars were given to us for. And as you look at the first out-year budget and second out-year budget, you'll see the planned spend down of those categorical dollars, one-time dollars that we've received. Looking at the unrestricted side of the budget, I've highlighted the change in the fund balance in a blue shade so that it stands out a bit more for us. And you'll see in the 26-27 budget year, we have a anticipated deficit spending of 6.8 million. Let's round it to 6.9. And we're going to break that out further in the next slide. But what I do want to highlight here is we have a beginning balance on the unrestricted side of about 163 million. With the deficit spending, we plan to end the year with 156 million. Now, not all parts of your reserve are spendable, so the revolving cash and stores are non-spendable. The legally restricted balance, 105.2 million, is those categorical programs. So they have rules and they have purposes that they are given to us for and that they must be spent on. The commitments reflect our unspent supplemental concentration grant dollars received in prior years, as well as a additional commitment in the proposed budget that would align the district's budget with the mandate included in the May revision that districts bring their reserves down to 10%. And so it is earmarked, and we'll walk through that a little bit further in the presentation as well. And then the last two categories, the reserve for economic uncertainties, that's the state's required 3% minimum reserve for a district of our size. And the remaining balance, which we clarify or classify, as unassigned. Those two components represent the available reserve. So we're looking at 10% in the budget year and close to 10% in the following two out years. So just as we took the general fund on the multi-year projections and we broke it into unrestricted and restricted, we can further break down unrestricted. There's two components to unrestricted. One is the base, which can be used for any operational purposes, and the second is the supplemental and concentration grants, which are utilized through actions in our LCAP plan to increase and improve services to our high-need student population. So if we looked at I apologize for my years being incorrect in the header. The first column is the 2026-27 proposed budget that we're looking at tonight, and then advance 1 year. So looking at the 2026-27, that first column, and the $6.9 million deficit, that is further broken down to 3.4 million on the base side and 3.4 million on the supplemental concentration side. We know that the supplemental concentration grants that we received during the pandemic and post-pandemic period when we weren't in full operation, we were sheltering in place, we were in virtual format during part of that. We weren't offering all of our services, so we weren't spending all of our grant dollars. We have an obligation to make that up in future year LCAPs. So we know that we're going to see a deficit on our LCAP side of the budget as we apply those unspent dollars in the prior year towards our LCAP this year and in future years. And so those are one-time dollars, and they have to be applied in a purposeful way that maintains the sustainability of the LCAP plan. So looking at the base side, because this is the side that we're interested in, our labor partners are interested in, because these are the part that can be used to support any operational need of the district and all staff and positions within the district. If we look at that 3.4 million projected deficit, it's very important to look at, if not for the math curriculum adoption that we will be purchasing next year, we would have instead had an available balance of 10 million to the positive. So what that tells us is that this is a planned deficit because it's the result of that key investment. The math curriculum adoption is removed from the next 2 years in the multi-year projections, and yet we continue to carry a deficit. And so those are the amounts that we would be looking to resolve through additional adjustments and corrections in the budget. So looking at the available reserves, the proposed budget reflects reserve levels of approximately 10%, consistent with the governor's May revision proposal, which requires districts to reduce local reserves when state reserve thresholds are met. And in the state's proposed budget, they would meet fully funding their reserves, which then would trigger this requirement to districts that their available reserves drop to 10% within the adopted budget. And we are more than just our general fund, although you're always hearing me focus and speak about the general fund. This slide summarizes all district operating funds and demonstrates the overall financial position of the district beyond the general fund. Total proposed revenues are $803 million, and total proposed expenditures are $970.9 million. So shy of $1 billion, but still pretty significant, and still elevated from what the district's normal spending level was pre-pandemic, and that is, again, spending down a lot of carryover dollars that are still residing with us. Looking ahead, our primary challenges remain enrollment decline, special education costs, the expiration of one-time funding, and inflationary pressures. At the same time, attendance improvement efforts, correcting staffing to align with lower enrollment levels, and continued expenditure monitoring provide opportunities to strengthen our financial outlook. The proposed budget before you tonight supports student programs and services, aligns with the draft LCAP, meets all state fiscal requirements, maintains positive cash flow and required reserves, and also demonstrates the district's ability to meet our financial obligations through the multi-year projection period. Tonight is step 1 of our budget approval process, and that's to present the proposed budget. It has been available for public review since May 29th. We will hold the public hearing tonight. We will incorporate any feedback to bring back, if needed, an adjusted budget on the June 23rd board meeting, at which meeting the board will be asked to approve the proposed budget. The state has not yet adopted their budget and probably will not by June 23rd. Don't have a crystal ball, but typically they don't hit that early of a deadline. So if the state adopts something that differs from the May revision, which was the base that we used for our budget assumptions, we will bring forward an adjustment or a revision to the district's budget at the August 4th board meeting, and we refer to that as the 45-day revision, and that's to align the district's budget to the state's budget. That is it.
Thank you, Ms. Gladden. Does anybody have any questions for her or comments on this presentation?
Just one quick question. Thank you for always doing that for me. So our declining enrollment, is it comparable to other districts in the area and the state as well? Are we seeing about the same numbers?
You know, this is gonna sound bad, but I was somewhat relieved to hear the governor acknowledge that statewide, the enrollment decline across the state was higher than the state projected. So across the state, they are feeling decline, and a more significant decline than was anticipated for this year. But I would say Kern County as a whole is in declining enrollment. But our decline in BCSD was greater than the percentage of decline that our neighboring districts experienced. And so that's something, part of it is a lot of the districts are so much smaller than us that they're not gonna have the mobility and the volatility that we have. Panama, our next largest elementary district in Bakersfield, is experiencing more residential development. So for the time being, they are experiencing the spread that we're experiencing, where you have growth in the Northeast, but you have decline in the other areas. And so the students aren't really balanced appropriately where our facility space is. And so it makes it a little tricky. And so they're kind of on the precipice of where they're starting to experience the decline. But BCSD at almost 1,000 students, 955 this year, that was immense. And so greater than the neighbors.
Thank you, Ms. Gladden. Any more questions?
Yeah, on page 9, the pie chart on the bottom right indicates that, by the way, these are great. Like, the images are so wonderful. That 77.7% of our overall costs is salaries and benefits. Is that for everyone combined that works in the district total?
That is every position in the general fund. So what that excludes is our colleagues that work in our state pre-K. We have some positions as we transition out of the downtown daycare model. And it also excludes our colleagues in the nutrition services program, because those salaries are funded out of specific Fund 13 and Fund 12.
Yeah, I saw there's like 23, where was it?
But as a vast majority, over 90% of our staffing is going to come out of the general fund.
Okay, and then, so there is a chart, and I'm not saying the right page number, that says, oh, here we go, it's page 14. So from this year, we're at a 16% reserves. And next year, if the new May revise passes, and we have to cap it at 10%, we will drop our reserves by 6%. But most of that will be eaten up, you said, by the new one-time math curriculum we have to buy. I want to make sure I understand.
So
how we're going to go from 16 to 10.
The math curriculum is in the actual expenditure budget. To drop down to the 10% reserve level, because this is projected attendance, if we don't hit the attendance level in the current year that would factor into next year's funding, we're not going to receive the amount of revenue, so we might have a lower LCFF. This is a moving target, best information that we have at the time. But the solution that we have to meet that mandate to drop down to 10%, but to do it in a thoughtful and purposeful way, is to commit the excess amount that's not used for one-time purchases in the budget. And so that commitment is labeled in the budget for pending state budget actions. So the state hasn't adopted their budget. We adopted the revenue assumptions that resulted in that available amount, but that may not come to fruition. So first and foremost, it's earmarked or committed pending state budget adoption, right? State budget action. It also includes inflationary cost increases, future ELA adoption. We got another one coming, larger than the math. And it could potentially be retroactive compensation, depending on what agreements we reach, and any unforeseen fiscal items that come up. So in other words, giving time to make sure that the revenue that we're assuming actually comes through, and then give time for the purposeful thought process of how the board would like to designate those funds and what the district's needs are.
So I just want to make sure I understood it correctly, though. I thought you said, and if I misunderstood this, I apologize, that the state is saying that we should be at 10%, not above that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the
available reserves
right,
of no more than 10%. And that's because in the May revision, the governor is proposing to fully fund the stabilization. So he's maxing out the rainy day fund in the education in his proposal. When the state makes a contribution and exceeds the minimum threshold in their reserve, that triggers by law, it's written into law now, a cap on the district's available reserves. So the thought process behind that, I don't know if I agree with it, but the thought process is that the state would be able to come in and save us if there was an economic downturn because they've put the money aside in the state rainy day. The problem with that assumption is the last time the state had a downturn and revised their projections, it was greater than the amount that they had in the rainy day fund. So in all reality, what we've experienced in the past is that the state's not going to have us fully covered.
And so on page 3, this year we lost 955 students. Next year we project 713, and we don't just get paid by enrollment, we get paid by who actually comes.
Yes.
So it's not just who's at the school, but who actually comes to the school.
Mhm.
So this budget of what 10% would be is even based on a lower number of enrollment. So it's even a lower number under our reserves, that it's not 10% based on what we have right now. It's 10% projected on what enrollment would be next year, which you're saying is an overall lower number.
And the tricky part about that is that next year we'll be utilizing that average of the 3 prior years for our funded ADA. So the assumption of the 713 decline would
it's
really be
based on
felt
that.
1 year out and would affect our future year projections. Now, officially, our 2025-26, I know it sounds crazy because the school year's ended, but we're still processing ISP and we still have the opportunity to submit a revised ADA P2 attendance report for the year. And so our 25-26 attendance figure is not finalized yet. So we're using a projected attendance number for 25-26, which is going to be pretty close on target. The 26-27, yes, it is a projection because as I acknowledged earlier, we experienced a further decline in the 25-26 year than we saw coming. And when you look at the numbers, you'll see that there's a tremendous jump in the number of students that we lost, 955 this year, which was not reflective of the enrollment projections that we were receiving and was not reflective of what we had experienced in the recent period. So how fiscal and I apologize. I should have started my presentation tonight by thanking Ms. B. Corral and leading her team through the budget development. It is months of work, and although I voice it, please do know that it is not my work. It is the magic of the team. And so how our fiscal services team looks at projecting the ADA, the attendance that will figure that will drive the revenue, is by utilizing the projected enrollment level and then looking at so for the enrollment level, we use a trend. So we're looking at the trend of the decline over a 3 or 4 year period. Those are the sweet spots, right? So we see that there's volatility here. So I wouldn't want to assume that we're going to mirror the same level of decline that we had this year because this year was really exceptional. And so we need to smooth that. And so the smooth factor or the trend that we've experienced over the 4 year window was a 2.6% decline. And so that's the assumption used for the enrollment decrease across the district for next year. And then Mrs. Corral and her team looks at the attendance that we actually achieved, and we are implementing truancy reduction and attendance improvement methods in the district. So we are assuming that we're going to have an increase or a growth in our ADA, and she's looking at what the pace is that we can reasonably expect for that. So same thing, looking at a trend of what the growth could be. So we're projecting that our attendance will improve in 26-27, which then would affect our 27-28 revenue, 28-29, and 29-30. It'll stay with us for 3 years.
My last question was, I know that the board authorized 2.5% pay increase retroactively and benefits to the only union we haven't settled with, which is the Bakersfield Teachers Association. Is that cost factored into next year? Like, because we can't use this year's money.
Yes.
We're gonna have to use next year's money to pay them back those retroactive raises and benefits.
Well, and to that point, the offer's on the table and we don't do regressive bargaining. So that is a known cost of that just over 5.8 million for Beta that has to be included within our planned expenses for 26-27, and yes, it is in the budget.
And is the $5.8 million, is that the retroactive for 25-26, or does it also encompass the increased cost for 26-27?
Very good question. Sorry, I didn't.
No, it's
I
okay.
didn't break it down that way. So the 5.8 million is in our expenditure budget for this year because it's an offer. We assume we're going to be settling, hopefully sometime timely with Beta, right? And so that will be a cost for us for the 26-27 year. The retro for the prior year is what will come out of that commitment, because that will be a one-time cost. We're paying for last year. So it wasn't spent last year. It would come out of the reserve as a one-time cost versus the ongoing cost of it is built into our ongoing expenditure budget. I hope I explained that. It's very difficult to try and
I
put
just
it
wanted
into
to make
words.
sure the budget.
But that is a good question.
Included the current offer on the table.
Yes.
Because if not, that would feel very dire. So
Yeah.
I just.
No, absolutely, it's included.
I mean, there was a lot of hopeful facts in this, including like enrollment, and I also think the 1.44% like augmentation moves us to like 4.3, something like that.
Yep,
for overall
4.31
COLA now, which
confirmed,
is,
yep.
I mean, we need every penny of it.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Gladden. Anybody else have any comments or questions on this presentation? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gladden. Moving on to the renaming of Cesar Chavez
I need a
Elementary
public
School.
hearing, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. My tab is highlighted on the wrong one. I apologize. Public hearing on the proposed 2026-2027 budget and balances in excess of minimum reserve. We'll now open the public hearing at 7:40 p.m. Nobody? No. Okay. And it closes at 7:40 p.m. Now, moving on to the renaming of Cesar Chavez Elementary School. Ms. Gladden?
It's me again. Okay, so in advance of the board's discussion, I just wanted to give a summary of where we're at and how we got there. Thank you. Okay, so tonight I'll provide an overview of the process that's been undertaken to support the renaming of Cesar Chavez Elementary. As the board is aware, on March 18th, 2026, a New York Times article brought public attention to allegations involving Cesar Chavez. In response, on April 28th, 2026, the Board of Education adopted a resolution to stand with survivors and recognize farm workers. During that same meeting, the board also provided approval to initiate the renaming process. We are in the middle of the renaming process. So we have solicited community naming nominations. We had a committee that has met to narrow that down. And tonight they're presenting their recommendations to the board, which ultimately are just recommendations, advisory in nature. The board will have opportunity to take into perspective your own desires or wish on the name, and as well as any additional information that's come to you from other sources other than the naming committee. We are hopeful that the board will be selecting a new name at the June 23rd meeting, and that would allow district staff to work on updating the signage and the school to update the branding so that when it comes to the first day of school, we can have the school ready for the students. Okay, so following our existing board policy, we have board policy 300.34, naming of facilities, that guides our work on this. Staff opened a process for staff, parents, and community to submit suggestions for the renaming. This was done through an online survey. To encourage thoughtful submissions, participants were provided with information regarding board policy 300.34. So we have criteria within our board policy that the name needs to fit within. And also, participants were asked to consider names that would continue to honor and reflect the legacy, contribution, values, and enduring impact of the farm worker community and movement. To maximize participation, the district conducted outreach through several channels. The example on here is the letter that went out through Parent Square and to district staff, which had a QR code. So the survey was made available through a link on the website, or if you were looking at it through the invitation, you could scan the QR code and reach that survey. Outreach efforts included an all-staff email distributed on May 11th with the letter that was on the previous slide, as well as outreach to parents, guardian, and community through Parent Square. We sent out an initial notification when the naming window opened. We sent out a reminder midway through, and on the day that it was closing, we sent out a reminder bright and early in the morning. Last chance, get your nominations in. Our communications department reached out to the media to solicit additional attention, which we had stories and postings that were picked up from the Bakersfield Californian, KGT 17, and KBAK 29. All of that together resulted in us having a pretty large amount of responses, 866 responses received during the window, and they had to be received timely in order to be counted. The survey generated significant community participation. Like I said, about 866 responses were received. These responses produced 135 unique name nominations. 83% of the responses were in support of a shared name recommendation. So meaning like Sherry and Laura Roscoe were two separate responses, but we nominated the same name. Versus 11% submitted a name that received only a single nomination. So Sherry nominated somebody and nobody else that participated in the survey echoed that or shared that sentiment. We did have 2% that responded that they did not want the name to change, and 1% responded with names that were already current BCSD school site names, or were just like, hey, I don't have a name suggestion, but I want to give this comment. 83% of those, so let me phrase that a different way, I'm sorry, that was awkward. Of the 135 unique names that were recommended, 83 of those were nominations for an individual, so named after somebody. 52 of those were in reference to a geographic region or a word or a sentiment, which don't all fall within the parameters of our board policy. So at the conclusion of the survey, district administration continued following established board policy and consulted with school site staff and parent representatives to develop a narrowed list of recommended names. The committee consisted of the school principal, 3 parent representatives, so a parent representing a parent PTA, school site council, and a parent from our special education community. The committee's charge was to review nominations, evaluate their consistency with established criteria, and develop recommendations for the board's consideration. It's important to note that the committee serves strictly in an advisory capacity. They understood that role, and that ultimately the authority to select the school name remains with the Board of Education. Sorry, I forgot to mention that there was a staff member from each of the employee groups. So we had management, supervisory, CSEA, and certificated. And in addition, Tabitha, I lost her.
Behind
oh,
you.
there you are. Tabitha from communications participated as well. Pardon me. Through the committee's discussion, they narrowed the list to the following names. The list of names is not presented on this slide in any form of preference or ranking. The committee demonstrated a remarkable level of consensus, with members sharing similar preferences for names they supported and the names that they chose not to advance. The committee expressed a strong preference for names that would be less likely to require future reconsideration. As you'll see from the recommended names that passed forward, there is only one name on there that was an individual, and if I could express the sentiment of the committee on that one, they offered a name simply because they felt it would be an expectation to the board to deliver a name, but they as a consensus were very unified that they wanted to avoid naming the school after an individual because they didn't want students or the community to go through the renaming process in the future. The committee expressed appreciation to the board for the opportunity to participate. They all expressed how neat it was to be able to see the naming, the nominations of the names that were received and have discussion on something since they're all so closely attached to the school site and the community. But they did express that they understood that their recommendations may not align as closely to the intended goal of selecting a name that continues to honor the farm worker movement and the fight for labor rights. And so they understand that their recommendation may not receive consensus from the board, but they respectfully thought that these names represented the values and attributes and character of the school. It is important to mention 2 of the names on this list are shared or closely shared with the neighboring school districts. And so Mountain View Elementary is also a middle school in Lamont, a newer school. And Horizon Elementary is a school within Greenfield. So Horizon View is a little bit different there. But much like Cesar Chavez was shared by other school districts in Kern County and across the state as well, sometimes names can be shared, but it should be pointed out, and they wanted it pointed out, that they do recognize that those names are also appreciated in other districts as well.
I believe Harvest is shared with Delano also.
I'm sorry?
I believe Harvest is also a shared school name in Delano.
You know, there might be. I don't know. Harvest Valley did not pop up on anything, and so it's like the little nuances of the name, right? So I'd also like to thank the members of the naming committee for their time and their thoughtful input throughout the process. They did meet for 2 significant sessions, although they really were pretty unified in their consensus of their recommendation that comes forward. And so at this point, it's sharing the recommendations through that process because, again, we followed board policy for staff bringing forward recommended names that were consulted amongst the public and our stakeholders. But at this time, then it would be for discussion of the board, unless you had any questions about the process.
Actually, anybody? Okay, the results from the survey, they were not shared in this presentation. Is there any way maybe we can pull those up?
I can't pull them up for you, but I can hand them to you.
Okay, that would be great. And then meanwhile you do that, I'll go ahead and start with our, okay. I would like to begin by thanking the Cesar Chavez Elementary Renaming Committee for its work throughout this renaming process. I also want to thank the members of our community who took the time to complete the survey and participate in this important effort. I would also like to acknowledge Senator Shannon Grove for submitting a letter of nominating George W. Nickel Jr. Today, the board will discuss the committee's recommendations as well as any additional names that have been presented for consideration. At the conclusion of our discussion, the board will identify 3 names to be brought forward to the June 23rd, 2026 board meeting, where a final decision will be made. Before we begin our discussion, I would like to share my perspective. I believe it is important that we select a name that aligns with Board Policy 300.34, naming of facilities, which provides the following criteria. Individuals, living or deceased, who have made outstanding contributions to the Bakersfield City School District and or Bakersfield community. Individuals living or deceased who are or were local, state, or national figures who have made truly significant contributions to the community, Kern County, the state of California, or the nation. Names that recognize the specific geographic area or local in which the school or building is located. Authors, poets, historical figures, or early pioneers of Bakersfield, Kern County, or the state of California who have attained national prominence in the fields of education, science, the arts, statesmanship, or civic leadership. And former presidents of the United States, living or deceased. In addition to meeting board policy, I believe it is important to name the school after someone whose life and legacy reflects service, leadership, and commitment to improving our community. Someone who attended our schools within our district, served the people of Bakersfield, and whose legacy continues to benefit the students and families we serve today. I also believe it is important to consider the strong support expressed by many of our stakeholders throughout this process. For these reasons, I believe those qualities are exemplified by fallen Kern County Sheriff's Deputy Philip Jesse Campas. At this time, I would like to open the floor to my fellow board members. I invite each of you to share your perspective and nominate the individual you believe should be honored through the renaming of this school. For now, I ask that we refrain from dialogue or debate and simply allow each member the opportunity to present their rationale. Who would like to go first?
I would like to begin with a point of order. On April 18th, or April 28th, 2026, this board unanimously passed a resolution. In that resolution, we were resolved that the board recognize the cause and movement that remain relevant and urge to this day workers' rights, immigrants' rights, and respect and dignity for all people. We unanimously voted that that was our goal in our resolution, resolution number 2026-14, standing with survivors and recognizing farm workers.
I'd like to go back again to the naming criteria, which says identified importance of continuing to honor and reflect the legacy, contribution, values, and enduring impact of the farm worker movement within our community. I want to continue to honor the purpose of the school, but I also want to continue to honor the struggle that took place to even name the elementary school Cesar Chavez in the first place. There's nothing online that I could watch the video, but from my conversation with a lot of people, it was not easy. I know our community, and it was a struggle, even though this is a Hispanic serving institution, clearly. So I am in favor of renaming the school Helen Chavez. To keep the name Chavez, we would change Cesar to Helen Chavez. I think that very clearly falls in line with the naming criteria. As Mr. Ramirez said earlier, I also think that it's important for the people that we honor our schools to look like our students. So not only would we be keeping a Hispanic name, which we only have one so far, but also honoring the movement and the work of a woman as well, which I believe we only have 4 schools named after women. So that is my suggestion.
Who would like to go next?
I can go. So, Laura, you asked us not to dialogue or discuss, so I want to get a question answered before I get started. Are you saying like for now, or at all this meeting, wait for dialogue and discussion next meeting?
No, we'll have discussion after everybody gets to.
Okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So I'm in agreement with some of the things that both Brooke and CCB have mentioned, specifically about the contributions and legacy of the farm worker community being an explicit concept that we talked about before. It's important to me that history not be covered up. A lot of what CCB said earlier in her public comment really resonated with me. My grandparents were farm workers. My parents worked in the fields as well. And they made sure that through education, through going to school here in Bakersfield, that their children, myself and my siblings, would never have to work in the fields. So it's important to me personally, but I also know it's important to the whole community that the farm worker movement be acknowledged, and that history not be buried with our actions here this evening and at our next board meeting. When I went to college, it was really interesting. I had this professor, Jose Calderon. He had a spring break trip where he would bring college students from Pitzer College, where I went in Claremont, out here, and he would go to this place called Keene that I had not heard of, where college students would help the UFW organize their history, their files, and it was really interesting to me because I had never experienced an education, even while I lived here in Bakersfield, that expressed the importance of what happened here. So I do want to thank CCD for reminding me of that earlier. Really appreciate that. But I really will. I really think it's important that we consider the farm worker community that is still here today. We talk about this history, and I've labeled it as history, but the history is also alive today. There's still people who are working in the fields who are having their rights violated all the time and who are still fighting for equal rights. I had a student of mine just last semester in my after-school class who would get off of work in the fields and come to evening school and tell me about the issues he was dealing with. It was impressive when he was able to tell me one time that he was in communication with the United Farm Workers Union about solving issues that are happening in the fields today. So with that said, I know I've spoken a lot more than maybe I ever have here. I'd like to lift up the name Sisipuede Elementary School. I'll end it there, thanks.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes, coming from a family, even though I might not look like it, of Hispanic, my mother was Hispanic and worked in the fields and had grandparents, grandmother that also did, I could understand. I think by calling it a specific person, we limit to that person's contribution. And like Sisipuede is much broader of a message of the battles that organized labor has taken, and especially for those farm workers throughout the country and especially throughout this valley. So I just, as I said, last year I brought this policy up, and a year ago to want to discuss this for this exact, not for this particular reason, but for when we do get to naming a school and, you know, staying away from a specific name of an individual, because it loses the context of why that person's name is there once generations go by. And if it's a name that is synonymous in the community, that it's an understanding, then it has much more of a viable purpose. And I ask, you know, even at that, you know, how many people know who Ruth Harding is? How many people know who Caroline Harris is? You know, and it was among our board, I mean, I happen to do know who these people were. I was, you know, went through Bakersfield City Schools, so that was one of our projects in 6th grade, was who these people were. But I just see the sense of hiring for the power and the struggles of those people is much more of a significant statement than a person. So, thank you.
Thank you.
So I just want to begin by addressing the public because I think that this process for some people was misleading. We as a board are not determining who is most deserving to have a school named after them. Because as I look at this list, Dr. Fred Haynes, Irma Carson, Philip Campas, Louis Neal, Michael Stone, Lillian DeFoya, the contributions of all of those people to this community are undeniable. But to me, the task was clear from the very beginning. We were never looking for a new identity for the school. We were only looking for a name that was not disgraced. And again, I don't think that's totally on us. Sorry, guy in the back, but I kind of think the media is to blame a little bit for that. Because I think y'all said they're picking a new name and anything is possible. And if you watch our meeting in the day that we had that meeting, that was not the guideline that we clearly set forward and tasked the staff to discuss. And even as our staff discussed the task that was given to the committee of volunteers, which it's a lot of work to be a committee volunteer and to go through, like to look at the community's will and the time that they took to respond is a gargantuan task. So thank you so much to them because it's a huge responsibility and a lot of work. And we also added layers to that task of things that mattered to us and asked them to infuse it with the things that mattered to them. We almost gave them something impossible because it is very, very hard. So I want to begin by saying an apology to the community who might have misunderstood. We are not choosing any name in the universe. We are choosing a name. I am choosing a name with my vote that honors our resolution and that honors the original intent of that school and that honors this community. Now, my argument is not that anyone else listed in the responses to the survey is not deserving. My argument is not that those folks deserve it more or less than someone else. For me, I do not want to lose this treasured part of our history. So I'm going to second Brooke's name suggestion, Helen Chavez, especially because we don't have any schools named after women of color, specifically Hispanic women. And I think I'm going to say something pragmatic, and that may be unpopular in this very emotional moment, but it seems to me it would be less costly to rebrand if we were not having to change the Chavez School from being a Chavez School. So from a pragmatic standpoint, I think there is a little bit of cost savings in not having to rebrand everything.
It also allows people to maintain the history they already have.
100%. Nobody, yeah, I agree with that.
Let me go back to okay, now I would like to open the floor for board discussion. And I respectfully ask that all board members allow one another the opportunity to speak without interruption. Do you want to start off, Mr. Fuentes?
Sure. In terms of discussion of other folks' ideas, I would just like to, I guess, talk a little bit about the Helen Chavez idea. I think it's a good idea. Sort of lost my thoughts here.
We can come back to you if you.
No, I'll figure it out as I go. I think the name Helen Chavez is an important one, and I forget who mentioned it earlier, but the Chavez name and the Chavez family, the whole family, has been a part of the movement. I mentioned those college trips on spring break. When I was a kid in college, I met Andres Chavez, still incredibly active in the community, and those contributions being preserved by leaving that last name there is a really cool, interesting idea. So thanks for bringing that forward, both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Mr. Eggert?
I think I made my comment earlier. As I, one here is additional dialogue, additional suggestions, and then at the next board meeting where we have more comments. So I'm not limiting to one person. I really want to hear more input. And I think this is what this process is, to allow us to have that additional input from the community.
Thank you. Dr. Chris?
I would make the argument if we're gonna add a third name that isn't, I mean, it seems like two names have 2 votes from the board, so they'll clearly go on the list, so we're talking about the third. So I'll advocate for the third and say, I think it would honor the volunteers who were from the committee if for that third name, we were to choose something that they proposed. Because my process in determining how I will vote at our next meeting is really, once we've got a clear list, I think we'll hear again from our community stakeholders and how they feel. And I know that always, for me, listening to the people in our community influences how I feel one way or the other. I also would say that, like, if I feel like right now there's only one name on the dais that's not honoring the farm workers movement, I would have a really hard time voting for a list that included any name that didn't do that at all.
Ms. Malley?
I want to speak to Mr. Eggert's comment because he has been talking about not naming schools after people for quite some time. And the more I thought about it, the first time he brought it up, there wasn't a lot of context.
No,
and I think we were
you're
able
right.
to discuss it afterwards. And I was like, that actually makes a lot of sense. We have declining enrollment, obviously. I don't know if I'll be on the board when a new school is open. I'm not in favor of continuing to name schools after people, but in this case, I do feel it is appropriate, again, to honor the struggle that took place to name it after Cesar Chavez in the first place. I also think it's important to preserve this name just because we have quite a few names of other schools of men who have been historically problematic. The move to like quickly eradicate the name of somebody who's Hispanic in a Hispanic serving institution gives me pause. So that's another reason why I am in favor of renaming this school Helen Chavez. I also agree with Dr. Chris Cruz-Boone. I do think that we need to go back to the naming criteria. If we're going back to the names that already were provided to us, and if we were to select one of those, I really do feel like the only one that is in somewhat alignment with our naming criteria is Harvest Elementary School. I don't think it's as powerful. I don't think it's as connected to the movement. I think it's a little more tame. It's a little maybe more plain compared to the other options. I do actually really like Si Se Puede as well. I think that would be a great one as well. I'm not opposed to that. And that's it for me.
Just in response to a lot of the things that I saw the committee suggest, I noticed that there was a big emphasis on agriculture, but I think there ought to be made a distinction between agriculture and farm work labor. Yes, Bakersfield is all about agriculture and the citrus groves are important, but the original intention of naming that school Cesar Chavez Elementary was to highlight the people who work in those fields, not the place that they work. So that stood out to me about the list, and thanks for bringing that up, Brooke.
I would also like to say I do like Katherine Johnson had the parameters been different. I think that would be an excellent name as well to have another woman of color.
Okay, so I'm hearing Helen Chavez, Si Se Puede, and were you gonna continue with Helen Chavez, or were you gonna go with, not a person?
No, I'm gonna continue with Helen Chavez.
With Helen Chavez. So we have Helen Chavez, Si Se Puede, Si Se Puede, and no name. Mr. Egger, for you, it was.
No, I just was agreeing, see, like what I said, but I still want to have a little, I don't want to just have the community think that, okay, this is where we're gonna bring forward. Now we will have additional people that will come either side, and I think that we need to still have our ears out listening. I don't think we need to stand right now and make a commitment that, okay, anybody else who wants to bring input, you don't have a voice now. I want the community to still have an input till we make a vote.
Okay, and Mr. Fuentes, you were?
Just those two, Helen Chavez.
Helen Chavez.
I mean, I still like the idea that I voiced, Si Se Puede Elementary. but you already mentioned that one, right?
Miss Malley?
I like them both too. Those are
Two
the two that I
that
favor.
Okay, so we're gonna agree on three, so that would be the top three.
Do we have to agree on three? Could we just move two forward?
Yeah, you can.
I mean,
Again,
if we have
this is exactly the conversation that will allow the board to determine how many names are moving forward. You decide is one, two, or three. And then the whole idea is for next board meeting, the board between now and then gather input. We don't have any other process designed to gather more input. That part of the process is closed. What will come now is that connection with the community and the public speaking that will take place on that board meeting that will influence or will connect the feelings of the community with any of these two names.
This is Chris Cruz Boone. I make a motion that we move forward with the two names Helen Chavez and Si Se Puede.
I'll second.
Okay.
Now we discuss.
Discussion.
Yep.
Yeah, discussion. So we have Helen Chavez, Si Se Puede, and I had considered a third one just to have something completely different that is not directly related to Chavez or the movement. And it was one of the names that the Chavez committee brought forward. We had talked about Mountain View. Is it Lamont, Miss Orozco, that has something, Mountain View? And then you had mentioned Harvest.
I believe so. Might not be Harvest Valley. Don't quote me on that, but I believe Harvest. is
Something
already
Harvest, and then there's a Horizon somewhere?
In, Greenfield.
Oh, Greenville, that's what it was. Greenville. So there's Citrus Grove, Mesa Marin, Sunrise Valley, or Valle del Sol Elementary. I mean, this is the opportunity to add a third name. If turn over the vote.
So may I ask for a clarifying question, Madam President? Are you requesting for the board to nominate, to propose?
In my initial opening statement, I was asking for three names.
But the board already
They motion and they second. So that's, we were having discussion. So now we'll just do a roll call vote then. Mr. Fuentes, the motion is to bring two names.
Yes.
Which is Helen Chavez and Si Se Puede.
So yes.
Yes. Mr. Eggert?
No.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I, Laura, am a no. Motion passes. So the decision for the renaming of Cesar Chavez will come back before the board on June 23rd, on our June 23rd board meeting. With the two names, Helen Chavez and Si Se Puede. I'm sorry, this went somewhere else. Next on the agenda, the human resources. And we have Mr. Mike Havens.
All right, good evening. So tonight I have for you seeking approval for the certificated human resources report as well as approval of the classified human resources report.
Thank you. For number two, it is recommended that the certificated human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
We need vice principals. Anyone need a job?
Yes, we do.
I'm not joking though.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Number three, it is recommended that the classified human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? I'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. J1 Board Policies.
This is the revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 603.07, child abuse and neglect prevention and reporting. This is the first reading. Any discussion on this? Okay, moving on to number 2. The revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 603.07, child abuse and neglect prevention and reporting, administrative regulation, first reading. Any discussion on this? Moving on to number 3. Revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 300.47, charter school authorization, oversight and renewal, first reading. Any discussion on this?
I would like to point out that this is not us approving a charter, just to make that clear to the public. Correct.
Okay, any more comments, questions, discussion on this item?
I will email staff, but I would like that if the board considers converting an existing school, I will consult with district after the meeting and ask them about some of the language.
Okay. Number 4. Revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 300.47, charter school authorization, oversight and renewal, administrative regulation, first reading. Any discussion on this? Okay, moving on to number 5. Sorry guys, my keeps freezing. It is recommended that the proposed revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 500.34, classified, dismissal, suspension, disciplinary action, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 5/26/26, be adopted. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Garcia, I have some questions I was hoping you could clarify.
Go for it.
My concern is that this is titled a classified dismissal, suspension, disciplinary action policy. Does this only apply to CSCA, or are there any other employees that are not part of that bargaining unit that would be affected by this policy?
Affects all classified employees.
Can you
So
explain to the public
including
what all classified means?
confidential, for instance, and also management personnel. So like you have CSCA as a category, you have confidential, and then you have classified management. So this is covering all classified employees.
What about folks who are not part of CSCA but might not neatly fall into one of those categories, like someone who is a director for after-school programs or a campus supervisor?
If they're classified versus certificated, this policy would cover
So anyone who is not a certificated employee, meaning they went through the process of getting a teaching credential. and
Correct.
they work for the district, this
Correct.
applies to them.
Correct.
Thank you so much,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Okay, I got a motion and a second discussion. I'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Number 6, it is recommended that the proposed revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 500.34, classified dismissal, suspension, disciplinary action, administrative regulation, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 5/26/26, be adopted. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, the administrative regulation is a lot more specific in the steps that will occur if someone has like a charge packet brought forward because there is an issue with their employment. But in our public comment today, or not public comment, in our labor comments today, we had a conversation about we should still try and resolve issues at the lowest level and work with the HR team. And I wonder if you can just speak to this a little bit, Mr. Gibbons, sorry to put you on the spot, but just, this is not in any way gonna supplant the current relationships, the current meet and confers, the current, like, no protocols that we're currently utilizing will change. This is just to clarify more specifically, like, how people would be disciplined, yes?
Correct. So classified employee discipline policy is typically it's necessary as a standalone policy because classified employees are governed by a different framework than certificated, as Mr. Garcia spoke to earlier. So even though both groups require due process, the legal structure, the rights, discipline pathways aren't always interchangeable between certificated and classified. So districts are expected to clearly codify those expectations. And so with all that said, it also has to align with the current requirements and demands of the current CBA. And so not only do we have to follow Ed Code, we have to follow board policy, we have to follow CBA. And so in this case, we are just codifying what was already allowable in Ed Code. So we are also having ongoing discussions with CSEA and our groups to be able to talk clearly about what these expectations are and what this policy actually means. And lastly, we are required to follow just the typical traditional progressive discipline policy, right? Which progressive discipline goes all the way from a verbal warning, a written warning, all the way up to dismissal.
That's what I was just gonna ask, like, I really want more reassurance that, like, meet and confers and lower level, like, resolution won't be raised through this process. That's,
Correct.
I want your assurance, your commitment
Yes.
that we're gonna keep doing that.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that is why, I mentioned that I want to continue meeting with our labor groups, and to be able to continue to have those discussions. So that way we're transparent, with our employees and with our associations and continue to try to solve any kind of issues that are brought forth at the lowest level and have those continued conversations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was the reassurance I
Yes.
needed, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Havens.
Mhm.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Any more discussion on this? We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself am a yes. Moving on to the approval of the consent agenda, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
This is Chris, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. And now we will adjourn this meeting. It is recommended that the meeting be adjourned. Do I have a motion?
I second Brooke Millie's motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourns at 8:26 p.m.
Kudos.